Good afternoon. It's been a while, guys. Well, welcome back. I'm Martin Wenzel. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't believe it's been 2 months since I've streamed. I fell off. It just like that. Last time we streamed, we were doing the world tour flight to Kuwait, and it just crashed like about, I want to say 15-20 minutes from landing on a 4-hour flight. So I don't know what. I don't know if I just didn't want to try that flight again. What kind of happened there, but I kind of got into some virtual airlines. I've settled in with a couple that I'm really liking flying for. The one right in front of us right now, virtual Ryanair, vRYR. Biggest, I think it's the biggest virtual airline in the world, or it's at least the biggest European virtual airline. And then I'm also part of a virtual Southwest or Southwest Virtual. I'll get that actual one. We did a few streams, I think, of that also, trying to figure out. The US is a little bit more difficult, but with that, the new edition of the Auto FPS, we're going to give it a little bit of a try and see if we can do some more of these flights into busier airports and airspaces. So let's get in here. We're doing a turnaround. So I'm doing the Winter Ops. There's a Winter Ops event for virtual Ryanair. We're flying all the... We're flying like with this plane right here, the 9 Hotel. Well, this one I'm using Quebec Alpha Alpha, but these are Air Malta. This one is based out of, or all these flights are based out of Bologna, Italy. I think I'm saying that right. It's not Bologna, but it's Bologna or Bologna. Maybe it is Bologna. I don't know. But all these flights were flying out to a location, then we're flying back, and so today. We're flying the third and fourth sector of a day of trips. We already did, yesterday I did, offline, didn't stream it, flew from here belonging to Bucharest and then back. And now we're going to be flying from here. Flight's taking off in 13 minutes as we're scheduled. We're going to fall probably a little bit behind just catching up here. I actually might just skip the time back, give us a little time, go on schedule. Because I'm blabbering here. We're flying to Crotone, Italy, which is down on I think the boot, on the toe part of the boot, not the heel. And we're on Ryanair flight. 1 Whiskey Tango is our call sign. It's flight 5. What do we got here? 5116. But the call sign is 1 Whiskey Tango, Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. So let's get things going here. Just a quick setup. I'm going to just zip the time back a little bit since I landed my last flight at about 12:35. We actually got into the gate about 12:36, or all the passengers were off by 12:36, which was the scheduled landing time. So we actually made up time on the last leg. There's usually a 25-minute turnaround then. So we're going to get this back. Just scoot it back a little bit. That should work. There we go. We got this Volotea, which is a little bit different than what was there yesterday, and now it's raining. So if I don't do these all in one day, the weather and stuff changes. Okay, so I'm still learning the standards of practice or standing operating procedures for Ryanair, and trying to keep them separate from how I operate for virtual Southwest, which has different procedures. We are on a turnaround, so we don't have to get everything started here. So we're just going to do a few things. Now, with Southwest Virtual, what you're supposed to, the way their ops, their SOP says is that you actually flip this to a line, then go down, put in your location, and then set it back to nav. Whereas Ryanair, you don't have to do that. So we're just gonna go. Whoops. We're just gonna go right down here. Nitref, index, ident, position. We are at Lima, India, Papa Echo. And we're at gate 105 or spot 105, which is not in the database, so don't need that. Copy. Well, we actually don't need to copy it either because it's already set to nav. The system is already aligned. We're just getting this in. We're going to go over here, and we are flying down to Lima. I'm going to do this just so I have my sheet in front of me. Lima, India, Bravo, Charlie. I want to make sure we get these things in right. Go for a flight plan request, and we can just have this auto-populated from SimBrief. Of course, you can manually put all this stuff in as well. We're going to turn off that music for now. Turn that music off. Maybe pump that back on a little bit. Well, glad to be back. Glad to be black. Glad to be back streaming. Try to get back into doing this a little bit more regularly. But I've flown probably 50 flights in the past 2 months. I've been flying a ton of these virtual airline flights, doing a lot of turnarounds, and just being very free, being able to fly. Because when you kind of stream, you got to get things set up and make sure things are working. So we are flight number. We want Ryanair. I believe we put in. We could put that one in. That in. Runway. We didn't get that yet. Let's get the flight clearance.
Below ground, Ryanair Whiskey Tango, parking 105, request clearance to Crotone with information Bravo. Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango, cleared to Crotone via PMDG Hotel, departure runway 12, initial climb, flight level 210, then as filed, squawk 6547. Cleared to Crotone via LA7 Hotel, departure runway 12, initial climb, flight level 210, then as filed, squawk 6547, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Alright, so we got runway 12.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango, redback correct, report when ready. We'll report when ready, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Okay. Alright, so we got runway 12. We're going to be going with the Pella 7 Hotel departure. Execute that. You can look at our legs, that's going to populate there. And then we're on this page, which we will... Technically, there's a bunch of this we can't really fill out until we actually get our load sheet from ground, once everything's boarded, but we'll kind of skip around and do that. Alright, so... Okay. So I should have stairs out already. There they are. We're going to call up GSX. We're going to have the boarding process begin. Basically... It's been what? Yeah, again, we burned a little bit of time here. About 10 minutes in between. I'm not sure how long they have in between boarding the passengers and deboarding the passengers with Ryanair. But again, we have a really quick turnaround. Should be okay. We have 136 passengers. And our expected departure is in 15 minutes. We might be a little bit late, but we were actually running late on the previous flight as well, and then made up time in the air, so we'll see what happens. Alright, so we did the FMC. Perfinite page. We're actually going to get in back in here. We're going to go and load our fuel. Fuel. Like today. Huh. I'm not sure where that fuel came from because 6608. Okay. We got our fuel. Payload has been loaded in already. See that zero fuel weight, 57.2. It's given us 137 or 34 passengers, 136 is self-loading cargo, but this is just kind of just to get the weights. Doesn't really matter. So we are good on that. Let's go to the init page. Get our zero fuel weight. Our reserves are 2.6. Cost index is 6 for Ryanair. Fuel is 6.6. And we're going to be cruising today at 37,000. So typically we're at 37,000 going south one direction, and then the next direction will be at either 38 or 36,000. Seems to be what we've been getting lately. All right, winds 217 at top of climb, or at cruise is going to be 217 to 38. Then I'm going to jump over here. Now you can't see it with this. Actually, I have the other Simbri thing available. Not right now. But actually the other one I could look at, if you look on the actual OFP, like the full thing, this is just kind of giving me some things. It's got the ISA, but what I want is the actual temperature at the top of climb. So we'll just jump into that. I'm looking at on the other screen right now. Trying to find it. Top of climb, it's going to be negative 55. So you see it's negative 56. We'll get negative 55. And then our transition altitude out of Bologna is 6,000 feet. Okay, we're set on that page. Let's go to the N1 limit. Okay, just missed the passengers coming on. Nice and wet here. Pull the data in from SimBrief. Go to performance. Runway 12. Runway condition is clearly wet, if not standing water. We'll just go wet. I think Ryanair, there's only, technically in the flight computer, there's the 3 options. Alright, so 43 for our selected temperature. Go to our takeoff page. Flaps 5 in the 738, in the Boeing 738. Now, if you're in the Boeing 737, you can do flaps 1. And in the 738, Ryanair does do flaps 1 if there are certain conditions that you need to do that. Or you can do that. Otherwise, it's always flaps 5 or higher.
Ryanair 442 Tango.
You can see our speeds 131, 139, 144. The SOP does allow
Taxi to parking 214
to go off of the FMC if it's within 1 knot, which it is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Do that. And actually, I didn't put in my runway wind or my conditions. That's why those speeds weren't there. So runway wind, we have 160 at 5 knots.
must be turned off and securely stowed for departure. Thank you.
Ground to copy. Go ahead. Hi there. We're now reviewing the aircraft and we'll let you know all change completed.
Don't change things
Roger.
that much. Alright, we are set with the computer there. We can actually do our arrivals page as well, our planned arrival. So we'll do that right now. I think all of our passengers are on board yet. Okay. What are we doing? Planned. Looks like it's going to be runway 17.
Go ahead.
The RNAV.
Aye, Captain. Waiting has been completed. Roger.
And Charlie Delta Charlie 1 Victor arrival. Got all that in. Just checking to make sure there's any discontinuities. There are not. We look pretty good here. We'll go legs page on the captain's side or the pilot monitoring side. And then on my side I will have the init takeoff page with our V speeds. Let's put in that V2 right up here. It's going to be 142 for the indicated airspeed. 145. Heading for the runway. Runway 12 is 113. 114 actually. That's just the course for the ILS, I guess, is the 113. Runway heading is set. We are cleared all the way up to flight level 210 on our initial climb. So we're set right there on the MCU. Or MCP. MCP. Alright, go up here. Here we have our window heat on. I will start the APU pretty soon. Make sure all these lights are out. Up here, normal for the navigation. Displays are source auto. Make the crossfeed, valve open, valve closed. Our low pressure lights are off. Going here, we are on ground power, cabin utility, and IFE pass signs. Seats are on. Standby power is covered. Drive lights are on. Ground power available, it's on. Still waiting on the APU. A few more minutes. We have our passenger signs on. I do believe we turned those off. And we are 37,000. Lights are good. Put these systems both back on. Then down here we want to check make sure that these are over 2,800 pressure. They both are. We have 100% quantity. That out. Got our fuel used. Flight director switch is on. Integrated standby flight display. Check
Ground
that.
to copy.
Good. And
Go
we'll
ahead.
set selector auto. Fuel flow rate.
Loading has been
Rate.
completed.
Reset
We'll
then
set
rate.
the load sheet up to you
There we are.
now.
Speed
We'll
rate.
contact
Or
you
speed
again
rate.
on
Speed
the
reference
physical line.
selector auto.
Then we can get you
Auto
moving.
brake switch.
Roger.
RTO.
Hello.
If I could talk.
Hi, Captain. Okay, here is the load sheet from ground
Alright,
for
got the
you.
load sheet.
Thanks a lot.
At this
Okay.
point, we would put
Looks
in
like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
that information
you.
on this page, a little
No
bit more of
problem.
that, like the zero fuel weight or whatever. We're all set though. Okay, so you can see we got actually a pretty good time. Good. Speed brake levers down. Reverse thrust levers down. Forward thrust levers. We're gonna test. Make sure that takeoff config light horn goes. Start levers cut off. Parking brake set. Stabilizer trim cutout switches, which are right there. Those are normal. And what I like to do, make sure we have the trim, which is 5.31 units. They'll come up later. Let's get it right now. Okay. For start checklist, down to the line. Gear pins removed. Probe covers removed. Oxygen tested 100%. Yaw damper on. The fuel required 6.6. On board 6.6. 4 pumps on. Fasten seatbelts on. Window heat on. Air conditioner and pressure packs on. Bleeds on. Set. Let's get the APU going, as we're just about ready to start pushing back. Let's see. Pressurization mode selector auto. Instruments cross-checked. Auto brake RTO. Speed brake down. detent. Parking brake set. Stab trim cutout switches normal. Radio. Radar. Transponder set and standby. Rudder and aileron trims free at 0. Takeoff briefing discussed. Well, I really haven't done that. But PA complete. We didn't do the PA. Right. FMC CDU set. N1 and IAS bugs auto. I believe we do. We say auto 93.3 over 93.3 reduced set. Stab trim set. Performance, weight and balance signed and sent. EFB airplane mode stowed. Mobile phones airplane mode. Flight deck door or flight deck windows and cockpit door locked. Doors closed. Passengers seated. All right. We got the load sheet. We did all of that. Stab trim is set.
Below ground, airframe 3990 Victor, parking 212, request clearance to Lima
Alright, takeoff
Foxtrot
briefing.
off with information Bravo. Airframes 3990
Alright, we're gonna call
Victor,
for
cleared
the
to Lima
pushback.
Foxtrot
Get our
Lima
pushback started up.
Foxtrot 1 Juliet, departure, runway 12, initial climb, flight level 210, then as filed, squawk 6563.
Get the APU. Ground power off. Wheel chocks removed. Alright, let's do our emergency briefing. For takeoff, above 80 knots takeoff will only be rejected for a fire or fire warning, engine failure, predicted wind shear warning, airplane is unsafe or unable to fly. Before V1 on rejected takeoff, I will simultaneously close the thrust levers and disengage the auto throttle, apply maximum manual braking or verify operation of RTO brakes, manually raise the speed brake lever,
Ground now is connected.
apply maximum reverse thrust and stop the aircraft. I will set the parking brake. Select flaps 40 when the parking brake has been set. Inform ATC of reject. Alright, we're going to push back here to the
Ground to copy.
left, so we're facing
Go ahead.
facing our right. That's where runway 12 will
Now
be.
is connected. Release parking brakes when ready to push back. Roger.
Alright. Want altitude reporting off for the transponder. We had start clearance, hydraulic pumps as required. We're going to turn off the A's for pushback. Doors are closed. Air conditioning packs off. Anti-collision light on. Parking brakes set. Before start checklist. Air conditioning packs off. Anti-collision light on. Parking brakes set. Transponder altitude off. And we want to nose right.
Now is attached. Steering pin is set. Stand by will we start pushback.
Alright, so pushing back for 3 minutes before
Cabin crew, please arm doors.
scheduled departure.
Okay, Captain. We're clear of the stand and you're free to start engines. Starting engine 2. Roger.
Alright, so this is where the kind of the startup engine starting operations are a little bit different for Ryanair versus Southwest Airlines. And I'll kind of speak through what I would do with Southwest Airlines, but what we do here with Ryanair. So Ryanair, we're going to go right here. We're at about 25 on the N2. We'll go to idle. Continue to spool up.
Roberto, the supervisor today, on the day with David, Giorgio, and the Spanker, we shall be taking very good care of you. For the departure, we can ask you for checking to your full and complete attention. As we point out, some of the safety features.
Please set your parking brake.
37800 CSI, thank you.
Parking brake is on. Roger. Stand by. Please keep your parking brake on while we monitor engine startup and disconnect the down. Roger.
Alright, so the start valve light is off, so I'd say light off, and as we see that the engine's rolling back now, so I'd say roll back. And in Southwest, we would flip to continuous, turn on Gen 2, we would isolate, we'd go from auto to, we'd actually close the isolation valve, and then turn on the right pack for that engine. We actually wait on that with Ryanair, as far as I can tell, maybe I'm completely wrong, but the way it seems is you actually start engine 1,
Starting engine
get both of them, and then
Roger.
do all the rest of those. I might be wrong about that. Let me know if you are with virtual Ryanair and you know better, or but from what I'm reading, it seems like this is the procedure versus Southwest, where you kind of get one of the engines doing its thing for the packs, and then I'm even a little bit confused with the packs. It seems like sometimes maybe the packs are not supposed to be on. Still learning the SOP for Ryanair, when exactly we have certain things running and other things not.
Okay, Captain. Looks like a good startup on all engines and now is disconnected. Nose wheel is free, so you're good to go. We'll get ourselves disconnected now, so have a safe flight. Look out for the pin on the left, and we'll see you next time. Thanks very much. Pin on the left, and we'll see you again soon.
I got rollback, so we're gonna go generator 2, generator 1. And again, it's a little bit different than how I do with Southwest. Probe heat on, pumps on, packs auto, isolation auto, APU bleed off, APU off. And now we go to continuous for the start switches. Recall checked. Check our flight controls. Flaps. Flaps 5. Stabilizer trim 5.31 units, 5.31 units set. And start levers idle, length of lower display unit, update changes to taxi briefing when needed, and before taxi checklist. Before taxi checklist, generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice off, air condition, packs auto, bleeds on, isolation valve auto, flaps 5 required, 5 selected, green light. Stab trim 5.31 units required, 5.31 units set. Start levers idle detent, flight controls checked, recall checked.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango, taxi to holding point runway 125 Zulu, Tango Whiskey Tango. Taxi to holding point runway 125 Zulu, Tango Whiskey Tango, Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango.
Alright, here we go.
Cabin crew, seats for takeoff, please.
Alright, what's going on here? Let's see. Tire failure, I fixed that already. It seems like every flight there's a tire failure. I might have hit my brakes too hard. So I actually do have failures on, and so I land a little hard. There you go. Alright, so to start a taxi with Ryanair, you actually get it all the way up to 70 for the N1. Command sector is 70%, but you immediately reduce that. Get it up to 70, immediately reduce it to about 20 to 25. If you do it promptly, it shouldn't get above beyond 20 to 25, and then normally you're around 30 to 35% for the taxi, which is where right now we're about 32%. Be good. Config checked. Flaps 5 green. Fuel quantity center tank. There's no fuel in the center. Stabilizer trim units are set. Takeoff briefing. Packs on, bleeds on, speeds. Standard instrument departure for us today. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to go through these briefings yet. Let's see. not going to do too much of the briefing stuff. Cabin is secure. Once we get to our holding point, which is going to be Alpha, we're going all the way down to the end. I'll turn off the captain would turn off the taxi light. I'll have to do it. Turn on our landing lights, our strobe light. And then do the before taxi checklist. And set the transponder to Tara. I'm only going to send it to set it to Tango Alpha to TA because there is an issue with the PMDG. I don't know if they've rolled. I think they're working on rolling out an update to fix it. But your plane, and we had this going into, actually I had this going, my flight with Southwest, like my second flight with Virtual Southwest from Boston to Baltimore. Coming in for landing, just about to land, my plane went veering off, so I had no control of my plane because everything froze up because of traffic issue with the TARA system. So it was really wild. Alright, so we're gonna get the lights. There, we're just going to go TA only. So the plane, we're not using the full system where the plane will adjust. Go up or down, depending on how the traffic begin that situation. Alright, before takeoff checklist, config checked, flaps, 5 green light, stat trim, 5.31 units set, takeoff briefing review, cabin secure, MCP set, transponder TARA or TA, strobe lights on, landing lights on. Line up runway 12, Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. I'm working on tweaking my sensitivity settings for my controls, especially if I'm flying smaller planes. But I'm going to be trying to test out and see if it might be better for even these bigger planes because they're a little too sensitive, especially the rudders, the yoke and all that. Especially in the smaller, like if I'm flying the Cessna, you know, I've flown the Cessna in real life a few times, and here it's just like you touch it, it's up down really quickly, whereas you got to put a little more effort in real life. Air cleared for takeoff. We're going to stabilize at 40. We do that because we want to make sure we don't have asynchronous thrust, where like one engine gets up above 40 and is spooling up faster than the other engine, because they don't always spool up exactly the same, especially depending on the winds.
100 knots.
E1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Positive rate. Gear up.
Whiskey Tango, contact AMD Radeon 133.77.
133.77, Ryanair Whiskey Tango. Below radar, Ryanair Whiskey Tango, LA7 Hotel departure at 2,100, climbing flight level 210.
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, radar contact, continue climb flight level 210.
Continue climb flight level 210, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Okay, so I was waiting for the autopilot. Ryanair has virtual Ryanair's preferred policies to engage the autopilot when wings are level. If you engage in the autopilot in a turn, it results in a bank angle EGPWS warning. So, depending on the complexity of a departure. Now, if you need to, because it's a complex departure, you can still. It might be preferable to engage the autopilot at 1,000 to 1,500 feet, with being aware of the possibility of an overbank. Because what could be happening is you might be turning, but like you saw, I was a little bit behind where the pink up and down line was for my flight director, and so if I had hit autopilot while still banking, the plane would have started banking more to try to catch up with that line. It could have resulted in an overbank. So I'm just going to ease. I'm a little bit behind, but I'll keep easing towards it once we get on it level. Then set it. All right, proceed direct to Papa Echo 607.
Proceed direct to Papa Echo 607. Line at Whiskey Tango.
All right, Papa Echo 607. There it is. We're gonna go right here, and we're gonna race. Climb 2, we're going to go to climb. Flaps up.
Cabin crew, you're free to move around the cabin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You may now use your electronic devices. Just a reminder to make sure that you keep your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign is turned off by the captain, at which point you will be allowed to move around the cabin. In a few moments,
Passing 10,000, climbing, flight level 210, 10 checks.
contact a member of the crew.
Altimeter, standard.
For those of you who brought your own, you can plug them
Lights.
into the armrest to the side. Tune to channel 3 on the in-flight entertainment.
APU off, fasten
In a
seatbelts.
few minutes, we'll be passing through the cabin.
Put that
with
auto.
in-flight drink service.
Air conditioning and
If you could please
pressure
ensure all aisles are clear and
set.
bags are placed in the overhead compartments, that would be much
Recall
appreciated.
checked.
Thank you.
All right, so every 10,000 feet, want to make sure that our pressurization is set right. Now, I haven't run into this. I don't think Microsoft Flight Simulator simulates this, unless you have maybe damage on and then it just kills you and ends the flight. With X-Plane, when I flew an X-Plane, I ran into this problem the first few times I flew the 737, because I forgot to set this flight altitude. I didn't know how to do that. And so we got up to this pressure, got up to 37,000 feet, and it would actually black you out. And I was like, what's going on? Because I didn't have the altitude set in there. We just want to make sure our pressure and everything is, about every 10,000 feet, so at 20,000 we'll check again. I just want to monitor that as we're going. All right, so this is a very weird climb. We're over, over 10,000, still going 230 knots. Okay, we're still at a max speed of 230 knots until we get to Papa Echo 607 right now. Going to Papa Echo. Yep, there we go, 289 knots. Gonna start climbing out. Well, seatbelt sign's off. We'll notify the flight attendants again on that. So I don't know, I haven't found anywhere in the 88 pages of standards of operating procedure for Ryanair. I haven't seen anything if I'm supposed to turn the ignition of these knobs to off. Now, Southwest Airlines, once we're up in the air, by the time we get to 10,000 feet, the 10,000 feet or the 18,000 feet checks, one or the other. In the U.S., they also do a checklist at 18,000 feet. We go to off for the rest of the flight. Whereas Ryanair, we do need to be continuous at a certain point once we land again. So I believe we keep them in continuous for the duration. Right, we are in the takeoff, so we're going to check here. Air conditioner and pressure set. Engine start switches continuous. Landing gear up and off. Auto brake off. Flaps up, no lights. Altimeters set to standard. Well, that's not where I wanted to be. So what happens is if I must have hit something while I was taxiing. Yeah, I was in the drone mode and I hit the key I have now set for popping open. See if I did it again. The key I have set for opening the wheel, my menu, is tab, and if you hit tab while you're in drone mode, it will just lock the drone in place and plane will go flying away. Which we don't want. Now I have to reset my camera here.
Milan Center, Ryanair Whiskey Tango, LI7 Hotel, departure at flight level 200, climbing flight level 210.
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, radar contact, continue climb flight level 370.
Continue climb flight level 370, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Alright, flight level 370 on the MCP, looking at FMC, flight level 370, and the flight altitude selection. I believe we're right here is where we're looking for that. They are all set. So I call out flight level 370, set 3 times, and pilot monitoring will say check. And again, keeping an eye on making sure our pressure is doing what it needs to be doing. We do have 370. Actually, I think that's where I was supposed to. I'm supposed to look up there. The flight altitude right there, 37,000 feet set there. So, flight level 370 set 3 times. That's what I'm looking at here. This is the flight instruments. So when you get that final clearance to your final cruise, flight level 370, you're going to make sure you have it in on the MCP right here, altitude 370, 37,000 feet. And make sure it's on your climb page and maybe your cruise page. Probably both. But you want to make sure it's in your FMC flight level 370. You can see it's on the climb, it's on the cruise. And then you want to make sure it's on your pressure panel right here, auto, flight altitude 370, flight level 370. Then you call out flight level 370, set 3 times. Okay, so in reading through all these procedures, it's like there's a lot that the pilots are doing during this phase of flight, during the cruise. They're kind of planning, watching airports as they go by. You know, so we have, even on the screen here, you know, whether we do it on here or you're using your iPad or whatever, you're looking at suitable airports that if you need to divert, if there's an emergency, we can hit this airport. Because we do have one alternate set, but that alternate is further out, closer to our destination, but far enough away from the final destination that they possibly will have different weather and you can land at one or the other. But diversion airports are going to be en route, so you need to kind of be like, okay, this is, you know, here's an airport, constantly keeping track of that.
Mystery wind 90796, descend and maintain 1,200 kmh 1004. Descend and maintain 1,200, mystery wind 90796. Nina Hotel Whiskey Delta Quebec, clear RB2 Papa, arrival. Clear RB2 Papa, arrival, Nana Hotel Whiskey Delta Quebec. Ryanair 47 Charlie Victor, established on localizer. Ryanair 47 Charlie Victor, continue approach.
Oh, I guess my my Ninja chat isn't working. I was wondering. It's like I'm not seeing any of your guys' chats in my OBS, but okay, I see you guys. Hey, Austin, how's it going? Captain Junior, yeah, he is, well, 26 months yesterday. Are we at the point where we don't have to count by months? I guess we're still doing months a little bit because when do we stop doing that? But he's 2 years old. 2 years old and 2 months. Yesterday, he's 37 inches tall. People are always like, when they ask how old he is, and you tell them, they're like, whoa, he's big. Hey, Roberto. I don't know why my chat isn't working. Touch the clouds. Hey, sorry about that. How are things going for you and the family? Long time since I've been able to watch on air. Still keeping me way too busy. Yeah, I've been super busy the last 2 months. Basically, I think it's been 2 months to the day. You know, January 3rd was the last stream, which it was, I believe that was the world tour flight. We were flying to Kuwait, and it crashed like on, you know, on descent, nearing final. So I kind of turned to some virtual airlines, got hooked up with Southwest Virtual or Virtual Southwest. I have to actually look up. I think it's Southwest Virtual because there's lots of different Southwest Virtual airlines. And then I'm here with Ryanair as well. And I kind of like both of them because they fly everywhere in their respective countries. And so I've been flying a ton of the 738. It's really cool with the virtual airlines like the Southwest and Ryanair here is they have a lot of real documents from the airlines because a number of people who are in the virtual airlines actually fly for those airlines, so they have access to the standards of standard operating procedures and winter procedures and all the little things on how to do it. I have an 88-page document I'm looking at right now, kind of going through this flight. Okay, here's all the flows, here's all the calls. I'm not doing them all. Because I don't have a co-pilot, a pilot monitoring to call the checks, but I'm still learning them because, you know, this is, you know, real life pilots when they get to an airline, they spend 2-3 months at least going through learning all this stuff on top of all kinds of other things. But learning all this stuff, all the flows, and they're practicing these flows in their hotel room, or if they have access to a simulator or computer. I mean, that's the great thing with like a Microsoft Flight Simulator or an X-Plane or something where you have this cockpit, is that you can do your flows in here. I mean, think about if you had a VR too. But you can do your flows, everything you need to do all your call-outs in here, even simulate a flight on your own computer or in your hotel room versus like, a lot of people still have the old school. You get you get like a poster of all the panels, and then you just do your flows, right? You know, you press that switch, even though you're not really pressing the switch or anything. It's really cool. We got an ad break over on Twitch, so I'm just gonna kind of pause the chat there. Yeah, I don't know why my chat isn't working properly.
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, inbound Echo Victor Uniform Lima, India, at flight level 320, climbing flight level 370.
We're about to start serving drinks and snacks. If you could please ensure you
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, radar contact, continue climb flight level 370.
Oh, lose it? I don't think I...
Continue climb flight level 370, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
I got removed or something. That's kind of frustrating.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. I hope all is well with you and you enjoyed flying with us so far. We've reached our cruise level and are currently flying at an altitude of 37,000 feet. We're expecting to arrive on time as planned. Progress is going very well. You'll hear from me again once we're about to start our descent. Thank you.
Alpine 741 X-ray, contact relay center 124.925.
124.925, Alpine 741 Yankee X-ray. Boeing Center, Ryanair 35 Zulu Kilo, inbound Victor Papa 271 at flight level 330.
Ryanair 35 Zulu Kilo, radar contact, maintain flight level 330.
Maintain flight level 330, Ryanair 35 Zulu Kilo.
ETA 1681, contact plane approach 125.82.
125.82, again 1681.
Rome Center, KLM 93 Quebec at flight level 330, climbing flight level 370. KLM 93 Quebec, radar contact, descend flight level 190. Descend flight level 190, KLM 93 Quebec. Ryanair 3 Yankee Alpha, cleared mean Alpha Tango 3 Bravo, arrival.
Cleared mean Alpha Tango 3 Bravo, arrival, Ryanair 3 Yankee Alpha.
3 Yankee Alpha, contact wind approach 131.25.
131.25, Ryanair 3 Yankee Alpha.
Ryanair 6 Extra Bravo, cleared Romeo Lima Foxtrot Lima 3 Bravo, arrival.
Cleared Romeo India Foxtrot India 3 Bravo, arrival. Ryanair 6 Extra Bravo.
Hotel Alpha Yankee Hotel, contact ground visit center 123.95. 123.95, Hotel Alpha Lima Yankee Hotel. Airstream 86 Yankee, contact ground visit center 123.95. 123.95, 86 Yankee.
Yeah, Austin. Yeah, so flight school, like the ATP flight school, that is a kind of an accelerated program. It's like they basically, the saying is, they kind of open up the fire hose on you, and you learn. You're flying every day, barring bad weather. So you're getting through really quick. A lot of people when they do flight training, they go to the airport on the weekend or after work, and they maybe fly once or twice a month, and it takes people a long time just to get a private pilot's license. If you're not really putting in the effort and you're just only able to get there like once or twice a month, or even once or twice a week, it's going to take you a few months. With something like ATP, there's Western Flyers, there's a number of places that do this now. ATP
Hi,
was
Captain.
one of the
Would
first.
you like a drink? Tea, coffee, or water?
A bottle
But
of water would be fantastic, thank
you basically,
No problem. I'll get
it's
it for you
full
now.
time. You can't really work a job when you're doing it, so you're there full time. You can get a loan through like Sallie Mae, a financial aid, or like a student loan, but it's unsecured loan, so your interest rates are going to be a little bit higher. I actually got a good interest rate when I got my loan approval last year. I think at this point my loan approval has expired, so I'm going to have to go again, and hopefully my interest rate is the same or less. Probably is going to go up, and that'll be pretty bad. But yeah, it's the timing of things. I wasn't able to do it this year. Who knows if I'll be able to do it next year, but we're looking at things and making plans. But you go through ATP. So in ATP, this accelerated kind of flight school, you go there, and most schools of this nature, they'll have like 2 entry points. I know ATP for sure has 2 entry points where you can either come in with no license, no ratings, nothing.
Hi,
So you
Captain.
don't even have your private,
Your drinks are
and you
ready.
just start
They're
from
in the storage
scratch, and they
area,
get
so
you
feel
your
free to
private.
collect them whenever you
You
get
get
a
your
minute.
instrument
Thanks a lot.
rating. You get your commercial rating, multi-engine rating. You go to their CFI Academy and get your CFI instrument. Maybe you get your CFI multi-engine instructing thing too, which makes you even more rare, or more of a instructor, expert, I guess. And at that point, so you go through all that, and that's starting from nothing. Or you can start that you have a private pilot license, and then they'll get you your instrument and everything else from that point on. And I think the private pilot one is the longest to get in the program. I think it takes 2 months. Because everything else, I mean, you get your instrument rating, I think, in like a week or two. Commercial might be a little bit like about a month, I think, because you're doing everything you've learned so far, but you have to do it so much. The kind of the standards are that much tighter. So your turns have to be, your turns and your altitude control and everything have to be just that much more fine versus as a private pilot. And then obviously the CFI Academy and all that. And they advertise that it's a 7-month program. I've heard people taking a year. I've heard, and whenever that one gets brought up, there are people who are adamant that it's like, no, it's like the 7 month is really accurate. I'm thinking, you know, but a lot of people I've talked to, they're like, yeah, plan on 9. You know, it's designed for 7, plan on 9. There are people that go, it takes them a year. But those might be other circumstances. Maybe they're just bad, they just had bad luck with weather. They had issues themselves, and so it's not really, you know, the program itself. So after ATP, or if you just do it on your own, you just go to your local airport, you get a CFI. You can do this all on your own. You don't need to go through an official flight school, you know, big thing where they give you special shirts or anything like that. You know, you gather the stuff up. But you need a CFI. You need a flight instructor, a certified flight instructor. Typically, you're going to go through an airport, an FBO, where you can rent a plane, and usually flight instructors work at those FBOs, and they kind of have like a flight school. But once you get all those ratings, however you do it, whether you do it on your own, paying out of pocket, taking 10 years to do it, or you go a fast route and do it within a year. Once you get to your CFI, or once you even get to your commercial rate, you know, you get the commercial rating. The commercial rating means you can now fly for pay. Now, there aren't a ton of jobs for someone who probably by the time you get your commercial rating, maybe you have a couple hundred hours of flight time. There's not a lot of really good paying. There's not a lot of jobs in general, and it's going to be pretty hard to get into it. But you can get like banner towing. Maybe you can be you can do drop skydivers, flying over the pipelines or doing the mapping thing. Again, very monotonous. Besides skydiving takes a little bit more, but a lot of them pretty monotonous, boring kind of jobs flying. But you're going to build lots of hours. It's not terribly hard, but they're not great flight hours, though. You're not learning a ton because you're not doing a lot, just except going back and forth, flying in a straight line, maybe. And you're not getting paid a lot either for those. But again, the goal is to get to 1,500 hours. So you can go, you don't even need to get a CFI, but you're already there. You might as well go and work a little bit harder, get your CFI, get your certified flight instructor certificate, because now you can instruct other people, and you can actually make some decent money doing it. You can make a career out of just being a flight instructor, and you do that, you're going to build lots of hours, because especially if you go like to one of these big flight schools like an ATP. That's the thing with ATP, is that you go through their program, you get your CFI and everything, and if you were a good student, you didn't bust a lot of check rides, you have the inside track to get a job with them to be a flight instructor until you get to 1,500 hours. Once you get to 1,500 hours, ATP's booting you out because they need to make room for more students that are coming through and becoming CFIs. And but don't let that sound like they just want to get rid of you. As you're getting close to 1,500 hours, you know, probably between 1,000 and 1,500 hours, that last 6 months probably that you're working for them, they're helping you get lined up with airlines, whether it's a regional airline like a SkyWest, or whether it's a low-cost carrier like Frontier and just jumping right from the Piper or the Cessna and jumping into the A320. So they're working on that. They're trying, because that's their goal. That's what they're advertising. It's like, hey, we're going to get you from zero to hero. We're going to get you from zero to flying for an airline, making real money in this industry, in the industry. I'm not in the industry yet, so I can't say it's this thing. But in the, you know, in the airline industry or in the flying ecosystem. Again, you don't need to go that route though, because once you have a commercial's license, you don't need to have the CFI. You could go other ways. You could work those banner towing jobs and mapping jobs and stuff like that. Build your hours up, and then eventually maybe you hang out at the airport, network with people. Maybe you get to jump in the right seat of a King Air or even a jet, right? And then you get in the, maybe you get into the ecosystem of the corporate flying. And once you get in there, it's basically it's networking and building hours and getting the right job, and you can, so that's kind of how it works. I mean, you go through a flight school, you get all your ratings, and again, that's whether you go through an ATP or a Western Flyers or whatever, or you go through a local airport, or you go, you buy your own plane and you find a CFI to get you to all those things. Your next thing once you get up there is then building hours, because the more hours you have, the more experience you have, the better shot you have at getting a job. And especially in the airline world, the preferred route is still going the CFI, because when you're a CFI, you learn a lot, because when you're teaching, you also learn. And you're doing a lot of... It's a little bit of a mixed bag, though, on that, because as a CFI, you're not doing a ton of flying yourself, because you're just watching the other person fly, you're teaching them. But you are learning a lot more, and you're doing a lot more... it's a lot more valuable flight hours. Whereas if you do something like banner towing or mapping and stuff, you're doing a lot of flying, but it's pretty basic. You're not really doing a lot of stuff and really reviewing all those other things. Some of your skills might dull. But obviously, if you do that route and then get out and somehow get in with, just flying right seat for someone for a while, and then maybe, depending on if they're doing like it's whatever part, you get the part 135, part 91, there's different flight rules. So typically, you jump in the right seat on like a jet or a King Air or something for a lot of these. You're not going to be able to fly because they're under certain rules. But, like, let's say they've done the official flight, whether it's flying passengers or flying cargo somewhere, but then they have to reposition the plane or something. There are certain situations where you could end up flying the plane. They will let you fly the plane, and then the actual employee who's of that company or whatever, he'll sit left seat or right seat or whatever, and you can fly, and you can actually get some experience actually flying the plane under, I think that's part 91 when you'd be able to fly it. But yeah, I mean, right now my plan, I still have not really gotten deep into talks with ATP Flight School, because I need to figure out if I can get in with no private pilot license right now, because there is such demand. So many people are going into flight schools right now, have been for the last few years. It's getting a little bit more competitive, and so they have been kind of tightening up that it might be better to have your private pilot. If I have to do that, I'm going to try to knock that out this year, which is going to cost me a lot of money up front that I can't, I'd rather, the big thing about ATP that I like is that I can take out that $100,000 loan. I don't love taking out the $100,000 loan, but I don't have the money laying around, and so it's going to take me a long time. And even getting the private pilot is going to knock me back at least $15,000. And I think for ATP, you need to have like 80, almost 90 hours of flight time as well. And so let's say I get my private pilot license in the minimum amount of time required by the FAA, that's 40 hours. Let's say I do that, I still need to build another almost 50 hours of flying time on my own, which is fun, but every hour you fly costs you $150 or so rental. So obviously there are ways to deal with that, like getting a friend and both of you are trying to build hours together and you share those costs. But yeah, once I get to ATP then and get all that stuff, God willing on that, then it would hopefully get a job offer from ATP to be a flight instructor, so I can build my hours as quickly as possible. And then hopefully once I get to 1,500 hours, I'm able to just walk into, hopefully the hiring landscape hasn't slowed down. It's starting to slow down, but hopefully it's still pretty decent, that I can walk in to a good regional situation, at least a good regional airline. If not, possibly looking at something like Allegiant or Frontier or Spirit, and going direct to the A320, you know, bigger plane. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Gerardo. I need to get some different things for that. That's pretty cool. So there's my blabbing for this flight. I think we need to start. We're gonna start doing some things.
Turn right heading 200.
Right heading 200, Hotel 92926.
Alright, so we're going to start doing our preparation for descent. So there's a little acronym to help pilots, I guess, with Ryanair. I'm learning, just learning random stuff here, but it's called DALTA, Descent, Approach, Land, Taxi, Apron. And so you're planning all the different things for those various stages of our arrival. So first we're going to go to descent. We're going to go into our FMC. Go to the descent page, and for some reason the default is 250 knots at 10,000 feet, flight level 100. We're going to put in 250, and then we're going to go to the forecast. Now, it says to insert typically two intermediate levels, and then also flight level 10, flight level 100. Thank you, Certified Productions. Thank you. I'm just going to do this flight request from SimBrief itself, and it doesn't actually give me 10,000. It gives me like 6,000 here. We'll see. We'll also get that transition out. I think the transition level will probably be it'll either be per ATC, or it'll basically be when we get clearance, our final clearance, or below 10,000 feet or something. At that point, we just switch our to QNH or to our local altimeter setting. Alright, let's load these wind forecasts. Yeah, transition level is by ATC, so we'll do 10,000. We'll just make that our transition level. You can see we don't have that 10,000 feet, but we could go to our OFP, to our flight plan, and it would have winds aloft at 10,000 feet. You can see how the winds kind of change as we get lower, not as aggressive. Alright, so that's our forecast page.
Continue approach, Hotel 92926.
There's a lot of other things. I'm still trying to learn various things.
Whiskey Tango, expect Charlie Delta Charlie Fort Alpha, arrival, INAV, approach, 135, report, we're ready for descent.
Expect Charlie Delta Charlie 4 Alpha arrival INAF approach runway 35. Report when ready for descent. Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Detail 99026. Contact Naples Tower. 118.5.
118.5. Detail 99026.
Alright, so we just got our, from Rome Center, expected arrival. Let's double check that.
123.905.
Arrival, we're doing runway 35, so we're flipping. We're doing RNAV approach. Runway 35. Which I feel is wrong. I don't know why, what's going on. If it's the... What's going on here? They're dropping a little bit of frames. YouTube. Well, hopefully, we're using Restream right now, and it doesn't seem to be working very good. Come on, what's going on? All right. Anyway, we got our. We're working on it. Okay, so we got our nav 3.5. I gotta change this in my navigraphs. The winds are coming. We're gonna have tailwinds of 11 knots. So I don't know why my ATC is getting things backwards, or if the weather's just behind in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's been doing that more and more often. I've been finding. Okay, so we're doing Charlie Delta Charlie 4 Alpha for the approach, and then we'll do our nav runway 35. Go final. Alright, Charlie. Got that discontinuity there. We're going to keep that in and we'll just get vectored.
Contact ground visit center 123.905. 123.905. The tower 776 heavy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we'll be passing through the cabin serving lunch. If you could please ensure all aisles are clear and bags
They're ready for descent.
so much appreciated. Thank you.
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, descent 2,300.
Okay, we're cleared all the way down to 2,300 feet. So what we do in this situation is, since we've been cleared, we're just going to go right to the QNH, which is 1007. Go to local right now because we're cleared all the way down to 2,300 feet.
Good afternoon once again from the cockpit. As you've probably noticed, we've started our descent. Depending on the destination air traffic, we should be landing in around 20 minutes. In the meantime,
I want to get this in our final approach course, 345.
After that, the seatbelt sign will be illuminated and you'll need to stay
right off the edge of the
On that
chart.
note, if you need to use the toilet, then you should try to visit one now as they will be closed during the approach.
345.
You'll next hear from me after
Over on the
landing, so I
captain's
will wish
side.
you a very good afternoon once again, and I'll speak to you in a short while.
2,300 feet is Bravo Charlie 406, which is right there. So we're gonna fly in. Hopefully we'll probably get vectored back out, do a loop. Yeah, this is kind of a weird approach. They didn't give us much on that. Okay. That away for now. Actually, I want to look at that. Minimums. Right here is, we're going to see decision altitude is 858.
Ryanair 6 uniform hotel, cleared Alpha Romeo Bravo 3 Alpha, Charlie Delta Charlie 2 Kilo, arrival.
Cleared Alpha Romeo Bravo 3 Alpha, Charlie Delta Charlie 2 Kilo, arrival.
We also want to make sure we get our landing altitude for the pressure. It's 522 feet for the airport, so we're going to jump up here. 500, and we'll go 550. Alright, we got our minimums. Back to our approach. We're going to make a fix. We go in here, go to runway 35, copy that. Go to fix, and we're going to go. We'll do about 110. Since we're already on descent, this is, oops. This will give us a circle of 110. That kind of gives us an idea where we should start our descent. Since we're already descending, not a big deal. We're also going to do a radial or a circle of 10 nautical miles out, and then we'll do another one at 5 nautical miles. So then if we zoom out, you can see there's some certain, there's the big one right there. We've already got into that descent circle, and then there's 2 more pretty close to the airport. Give us an idea when to slow down, get our speeds and all that. Then what we do on here is we check our landing. We have 3.6 right now. We're going to have 3.2, so we're going to burn off another 0.4. And you can calculate our landing weight for gross error, just to make sure gross error here. So gross weight there is, we're going to be down to 60.4. And if we would then check our OFP, our load sheet, the estimated landing weight right there is 60.1. So a little bit off, but within a few hundred kilos, so not a big deal. While we're in here, we'll get our landing speed 143. We'll go 30 degrees. It's a good number. We'll double check that as we move along. Keep going. Select appropriate landing flap of VRF right there. Delete the bug card. Select auto brake. We'll go auto brake 2. I'm going to double check the chart for our airport. And taking a look at it, it's a rather short runway actually. We only have 2,000 meters, 6,562 feet, 2,000 meters. And so, on runway 35. Plus, we possibly have that tailwind, which is making me a little nervous. But we're going to go with ATC, otherwise we're going to be landing in the wrong, into other planes. We're going to go with flaps 40 so we can go a little bit slower. Flaps 40, see we got 6,000 or 2,000 meters. And we'll go auto brake 3. I don't think we'll be able to stop in time, since basically the exit taxiway, the one exit taxiway is a 90-degree turn, and it's about midway down the runway, unless we get stopped fast. We could go max. We'll go max. We'll see if we can do it. Because Ryanair prefers to not have a long taxi, but at the same time, we also have to be careful we don't get a wheel failure because we're stomping on the brakes, and last few landings I've done that, where we heat the tires up a little bit too much and then get that failure with the tires. Alright, so we got the correct there. Alright, independently check and set approach minimums. We've done that. We're going to look at the taxi. We're going to be landing this direction. Hopefully, we prefer to be able to exit at Alpha, and then we're going to come in here. I want to see what gates do we have. We're going to be at gates 1 through 3, so we're going to do these ones right here. So Alpha, and then we'll turn, take a left turn on Tango, and we'll get our gate. And put that away. Then the apron, again, we just checked that. So we've gone through our Delta, descent, approach, land, taxi, and apron. Alright, so you might wonder why I haven't turned the seatbelt signs on. I actually don't turn the seatbelt, for Ryanair at least, don't have to turn the seatbelt signs on until crossing 15,000 feet. And then we'll have our 10 checks at 10,000 feet, which will be our lights, the APU, fasten seatbelt sign is on, and then recall and bank angle. We want to make sure our bank angle is at that 25 degrees right there, which it is. And we'll check that a little bit later. And we've already been cleared. Now, I might be wrong about this. We might not actually put this in until 10,000 feet, but if you've been cleared, then... But I believe it's at... You know, I'm not 100% sure about when we set this. I typically, like in the US, I typically set this at 18,000 feet. That's the transition altitude we go to local. But at least according to Ryanair, it sounds like once you're cleared to altitude, then you say, I don't know if that means under 10,000 feet once you're cleared to an altitude, then you, once you're under flight level 100, then you set to local altimeter settings once you are cleared to a lower altitude, or if it's like we did right now. We're just going to go this way. We're looking really good on our flight time. Let's see. I think I departed at the wrong time. I think I had our times wrong. Oh, I did. This flight should be like a little bit like an hour later. We should be an hour further into the afternoon, but I set it to local time versus the Zulu time, because we should be about getting close to, we should be landing at 14:35 Zulu, but I set it to local. Even the local times ahead. Oh yeah, I set it to local, and so yeah, then we were. Oh well, I'll adjust that for the next flight, because I was hoping to, because our last flight we should be getting going into Bologna, we should get a nice evening landing on this turnaround, which we should be able to do. Hopefully. This seems like a longer flight than I thought. I guess it just feels longer when you're running your mouth all the time.
Ryanair 2 Mike Victor, clear Alpha Romeo Bravo 3 Alpha, Charlie Delta Charlie 2 Kilo, arrival.
Cleared Alpha Romeo Bravo 3 Alpha, Charlie Delta Charlie 2 Kilo, arrival, Ryanair 2 Mike Victor.
Okay, so this is a new little thing that came out just recently, Auto FPS. And what it does, it's so cool, is that it interacts with your settings while you're flying. So I typically have my settings, a lot of them at Ultra. I have my so right here I have my terrain loading distance, or my T-LOD, at 100 in my settings. This is my object loading settings. I usually have that set at 100. I have my cloud set at Ultra. The problem is that as you're flying, for example, right now, or when we're up at 30,000 feet, we're at cruise. You really don't need your objects to load in at 100.
Just checking to see if everything is okay.
And your terrain, you can actually afford to have that load in at 100, or even 200 or 300 or 400, depending on how powerful your system is. I found that going over 100 really doesn't I really struggle with that, so we'll just I have a maximum 100 right there. And then my minimum is 50. Alright, so between 50 and 100. What's really cool, and you have this auto OLD too, so you can do your objects, is that you set a target FPS. So I want to stay around 27 FPS or higher. But I want to have my minimum target PC FPS is around 27. I find that's good enough. Where I can at least get some quality. I can get my terrain loading distance, my clouds to Ultra and 100 at certain points of my flight. But what happens is, at least if you turn off the expert options, at the very minimum, it's going to do this landing when you're on the ground. It's going to turn your terrain to 50, and it's going to turn it's not going to do anything with your objects if you just have it on default. But what I have it set up to do is that your terrain draw distance will go down to 50, because when you're on the ground or when you're landing, you do lose a little bit of draw distance, but you're landing, you care more about performance than always what everything looks like drawn out for miles. But when you're on the ground, you can't really see that far anyway, so why draw it so much and damage your frame rate? Because at the airports, there's so much going on, so many other planes. And so it will automatically drop it down to 50, the draw distance, the loading distance. Now, with the auto OLD, it kind of works the opposite. When you're on the ground, you kind of want your objects to be loaded in with the highest quality, so it goes to 100. But as you go up, and you can see right here, between 2,000 feet and 10,000 feet, it'll gradually lower the object load distance down to eventually 20. And so as we start descending past 10,000 feet, this will actually start climbing this number. It's really cool. And so I'm able to get better frame rates, and the key place where this matters is on landing. But there's even times when, especially when I'm flying in the US or even in Europe, where it's very dense on the ground and there's a lot of cities and stuff, this OLOD actually is a huge lifesaver. Once I started turning this one on, it actually helped with that, because there's so many objects loading in, and it's trying to load in all that detail. But you can't see all that detail at 40,000 feet. So if you can, but default without this program, you can't really change all those settings. You get one standard setting. It's universal, right? Here's my terrain LOD, 100. My object LOD, 100. Clouds, Ultra. And it stays with that. And so you're coming in for your final approach, and it's just terrible, right? You're getting 10 frames or 2 frames per second. And you're like, man, I wish I could change my setting and make it potato right now. Have my potato settings right now as I'm coming in for landing. But then once I'm landed, turn up some other settings. But when I'm at cruise, have the settings be really good, so it looks nice. Well, that's what this auto FPS does. It's really, it's worked pretty decently. It wasn't magic. I thought it was going to be a lot better than it has been, but it's still, it does some good stuff. And what it'll do with the clouds, it'll turn down your clouds. Like if your TLOD is below 60, or you can set this to whatever you want it at. I have it set to 60. So when my T-Log goes down to 60, my clouds will go down to high settings for clouds. And really you can't tell the difference. The difference between ultra and high is so little for the clouds, but it gives you a little bit, just gives you a few more frames, and those few frames are going to be a very big help when you're trying to land. So it's a really cool thing. If you haven't already gone out there and looked for it, search for Microsoft Flight Simulator Auto FPS.
Flight heading 065, clear RNAV, approach at 2,500, runway 10, report established final track, Ryanair 6 uniform echo.
Alright, I forgot to turn on my seatbelt signs at 15,000. Passing 10,000, descending 2,300, 10 checks. Altimeters, 1007. Lights. Landing lights on. APU off. Seatbelt sign on. Recall checked. Bank 25 degrees. Checked. Alright, so we want to do, there's another acronym for our approach checks. It's called, Foxtrot, India, Sierra, Charlie, Fisk. So we're going to check our frequencies are set for the approach. Now we are doing the RNAV, so there really aren't any frequencies to set. What we could do, though, is set our VOR, which is a good idea to do, which is 117.1, which is right there. Same VOR, I think, for Bologna. Interesting. We got our VOR set, just in case we need it. Alright, we are cleared for the arrival. I'm going to pop this back up so you can see it. But now you can notice that OLOD is starting to pick up. It's starting to load in more objects as we get closer to the ground. That quality is going to go up to 100, and as we get closer to the ground, especially once we hit 1,000 feet. But this will actually adjust based on our FPS. So if this number, this 34, drops into like 25, 24, this number will start going down. The clouds will eventually go down. But for sure, once it hits 1,000, once we hit 1,000 feet on our approach, it will automatically go down to 50, no matter how our system is running, just to give us as many frames on the ground as possible.
Land center 1169, Paraguay Golf, departure at 1,300, climbing flight level 220.
Whoa, we are...
Runway 69, radar contact, continue climb flight level 220. Continue climb
Speed
flight level
breakout,
220,
kind of lower speed.
1169.
Coming in hot. Probably extend the we'll extend the downwind if we need to. Alright, so we got the frequencies, idents, we got those set. Standby instruments checked, courses checked. Again, we have right here, we got this discontinuity. We're going right into the VOR, and then we're going to fly out. So we kind of do a loop. We'll see what they give us for the vector.
Whiskey Tango, radar contact, continue descent 2,300, QNH 1010. Continue descent 2,300, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
wind farm right here by Crotone. I've been really enjoying doing these, flying for a specific airline and just doing a lot of different routes for an airline, because you fly to a lot of places you didn't think of flying to before. The world tour, the world tour was great, and I still need to finish up, I think 5 more flights we're going to do, and we'll eventually get to those. We'll kind of sprinkle them in, I think. But it's kind of fun doing these because you got more of a sense of, okay, this is my mission here, and then I'm going to fly back, or like Southwest especially, you just kind of bounce all around the country in the U.S. But going to different places, lots of smaller airports and places you wouldn't fly to. When we flew to Italy in the world tour, where did we fly? We flew to Rome. Whereas here, it's like I wouldn't have flown to, I didn't even know about this place until I do this flight. So, really fun. Okay, so now Crotone's, like, I think that's right there. The airport's going to be right in front of us. You can see it.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. Turn right heading 135.
Our load distance.
Right heading 135.
Well, we still got the train load is still all the way up, but our object is getting higher and higher and higher, which is pretty cool.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango.
And again, it depends on where we are. This is not a super busy area. It's not like we're trying to fly into New York or Chicago, so there's not as much getting loaded in, so our frame rate can stay pretty high. And so this is possibly one of those airports where we really don't even need auto FPS to turn down the terrain loading once we hit the airport, but it'll help us. It's always nice. All right, right heading 155. You see that we have nothing on the FMC because
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. Turn right heading 170.
Turn it off, so they're giving us vectors now.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango.
Just flew over the airport. Yeah, and checking out, we've got our landing lights. Seatbelt sign on. You can see how just so much, I'm so not used to having these, relatively smooth, especially once I started flying the Boeing 738 and flying a lot more of these, the actual ops flights like this. The world tour, there were a lot of places we went where we got really good frame rates because you're flying into, some of these places, the airport's in the middle of nowhere and it's a small airport. But when you fly Southwest Airlines, you're flying into a lot of big airports or big places in America. America's just got a lot of more populated airports. This one's a small airport here in Italy. Alright, so we're down at 206. We're at that up. So up means we want flaps 1. And then you can see we're going to slow down to that 1. Once we hit that 1, we're going to go to flaps 5. Alright, QNH 1010 set, passing 3,000 feet, descending 2,300 feet, no flags, standby altimeter set. Approach checklist. Altimeters and instruments set and cross-checked, approach aids checked and set. Checklist complete.
Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. Contact Boeing Center 131.
Flaps 5.
131.1. Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango. Boeing Center. Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango at 3,100. Descending 2,000.
Alright, so our landing gate, we are doing a visual approach. We do a visual. We're not in IMC conditions. So 500 feet above the aerodrome level, basically above ground level, but the aerodrome level, which is
at 2,300. Runway 35. Report established final track. Ryanair 1 Whiskey Tango.
Where is my 522 feet? So basically about 1,000 feet. That's our gate to. That's the Ryanair minimum. You see, we have the chart minimum right there is 858. For Ryanair, it's going to be we're going to be around 1,000 feet. if we can't, if we're not stabilized by 1,000 feet, then we will go around. All right, right heading 315, cleared RNAV approach at 2,300 feet, 2,300 feet, runway 35, report established. All right, so here we go. Let's go 315. And we're gonna go flaps 15. Oops. Hitting the wrong keys. Should start having the buzzer for the landing gear.
Ryanair 2 Mike Victor, turn right heading 110, clear RNAV approach at 2,500.
Gear down.
110, report established final track.
Right heading 110, cleared RNAV approach at 2,500, runway 10, report established final track, Ryanair 2 Mike Victor.
Once we get straightened out here, we'll go to flaps 30. Flaps 40. Flaps 25. You can see the frame rate. We're at 40. I got. You can see how smooth it is. 40 frames per second right now. It's like very rare for me to get. You know, some of these airports. I'm looking forward to try this in the U.S. and see if we can get some better. I mean, this airport's obviously not a ton. So Crotone is way over there. You can't really see it. You can see off in the distance things aren't loading in as much, but that's fine because we're landing. We don't want to get too. Alright, so we got wind at 4.6. Yeah, you see, right now we kind of got a tailwind. You're pushing our speed up there. I haven't turned our speed down, that's why. Alright, we're gonna go to 135. And get that speed brake out, get our speed down. We do have that wind pushing us a little bit. Where's that, or actually we're doing altitude. Okay. Flaps 30. We're actually just going to go 135. No wind correction because we actually are getting pushed a little bit.
One
turn that
side
speed
slope.
brake off.
Glide slope.
Glide slope.
Glide slope.
Yeah, why are we... Okay, flaps 40.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Yeah, you can see we're a little bit...
Glide slope.
We're a little high. Yeah, white's
Glide
high,
slope.
isn't it?
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Minimum.
Continue.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
Oh, we are way high.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Ryanair Whiskey Tango, invocated contact ground 189
Reversers.
005.
When vacated, contact ground. 119.105. Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Alright, so we're gonna have to double back. Yeah, we were a little high there on that glide slope. And I couldn't get my, I kept hitting the wrong, I think I hit the wrong button. I was trying to get my auto throttle to disarm. I have it mapped that I was hitting the wrong, I think I was hitting the reverser button instead. Why won't my auto throttle go off? Alright, no problem. No problem. Actually, I think that was a pretty decent landing rate. The way we were coming down, it could have been a nice thud if we didn't. Okay, landing just on scheduled time.
Please set doors to manual.
Oh, we'll have to do a quick turnaround. I'm actually gonna have to reset the time because we're a little. The clock is actually at the wrong time. We should be at 14:32 right now. Transponder, altitude reporting, flaps up, trim, auto brake off. Landing lights off.
Ground, Ryanair Whiskey Tango, runway vacated with Alpha. Ryanair on Whiskey Tango, taxi to parking for via Alpha. Taxi to parking for via Alpha, Ryanair Whiskey Tango.
Okay, parking spot 2. Now Ryanair tries to use the APU as little as possible, so since we should have ground power here, we'll let them hook that up and then we'll go to ground power and then shut down.
Start deboarding, and you'll be able to leave the aircraft.
Oh, okay, that's right. We go. That's right. It's an angled parking here. Now we have these set to off. Okay, ground power connected. Put off the engine.
Cabin crew, the aircraft is secure. The jetway is connecting. Start
Waiting for
deboarding
the
once
N2
ready.
to get to 20%. And then we'll turn off the anti-collision lights.
Ground to copy. Go ahead. I captain microphone check please.
Window heat
Microphone check is
switches
5 out
off.
of 5. Roger. I
Electric
captain,
hydraulic
would
pumps
you mind
off.
turning off the taxi latch? They're a little brief for us down here. Roger.
Isolation valve open. The auto brake is off. Flight deck lights. E-brake. Parking brake. Go through these. Transponder. 2000 and then standby. Alright, let's get unloading. Alright, so we landed 13, or we're at the gate 1338. Once we get unloaded, I'll pop that time ahead. And we are scheduled to get out of here by 1500. So we'll add an hour to our time because it should actually be an hour later. I just got our time set wrong. Alright, transit shutdown checklist. Electrical on. Fasten seatbelts off. Probe heat off. Anti-ice off. Ice recorder on. Air conditioning packs auto. Engine bleed on. APU bleed off. Exterior lights. Steady. Start switches off. Auto brake off. Speed brake
Ladies
down
and
D10.
gentlemen, I
Flaps
hope you
up.
enjoyed your
No
flight today,
lights.
and I'd like to wish you a safe
Parking
onward journey.
brake
We'll
set.
see you again soon.
Start
Thank you
levers
for
cut
flying with us.
off. Weather radar off. Transponder 2000 in standby. CVRCB in and out. Cockpit door unlocked. Checklist complete. Why are we not coming off? I'm having real difficulties with this where... Oh, okay, they are unloading. Where's passengers coming off? There they go. All right. Ugh. These are... I am doing some really good Ryanair landings now. Let's check her. Let's review the flight, and I will show you what I mean. There's Volanta. There's our flight. Kind of down the boot. Right there, landing rate -436. So when my first two flights for virtual Ryanair, I landed in like the sub. It was almost like I was at about like 100, 100 feet per minute. Now it's like everyone is over 400 the last few. So I'm kind of in a little bit of a funk. Alright, so let's flip get a few things flipped here for the stream. Get our new flight number. And we're going to be just turning around here. We're going to be flying back up to Bologna. We got a full flight, 182 passengers for this one coming up. We're going to be at 38,000 feet for the return flight. We just got to... get everything dispatched through the system. How much you want to bet they're going to give us the... they'll give us the proper, they'll give us the proper, takeoff runway, which will be the other direction here. But they gave us, for some reason, 3-5 coming in. And it wasn't even like it's a situation where it was kind of close, because sometimes that will happen where the winds are kind of shifting and they don't just pick a runway. It'll kind of flip back and forth. But yeah, this one was weird because there's 11 knot tailwind or 11 knot winds. There's no reason for us to be going the wrong runway. Okay, so I think we got those passengers are mostly off. Okay, we're gonna start a new flight with that. And I'm gonna reset the time here to 14:44. So we're kind of running a little bit behind. But this is what it should have been. Because I just want to get the sun in the right place. Alright, so we only got 16 minutes before our next flight. No, we do not want to deboard the crew. Okay, we're going to get the next flight prepared here. And quick turnarounds, quick turnarounds. Okay, we only have 110 passengers. That must have been a different brief. 110 passengers, so it shouldn't take too long to get boarded as well. Doing that. Self-loading cargo is confusing me because I don't know how many turnarounds I've done with self-loading cargo, and now it's saying, oh, you need to be cold and dark. It's like, why do I need to be cold and dark? I'm doing a turnaround. Well, I don't know if I did something wrong. Let me... I'm not going to go cold and dark, we're doing a turnaround. Okay, I don't know why it does that. So, I guess I'll use Pack X for this flight. It's just really weird why why it's being a pain and being like, oh, you need to do it this way. Okay, so let's get into the flight computer, get things set up. So we are now at Gate 2. Lima India Papa Echo.
Ground 6878, parking 5. Request clearance to Lima India Echo Echo with information callback.
6878, cleared to Lima India Echo Echo via Charlie Delta Charlie 7 Delta, departure runway 35, initial climb flight level 100, then as filed, squawk 0247.
Clear to Omas by Charlie Delta Charlie 7 Delta, departure runway 35, initial climb flight level 100, then as filed, squawk 0247, 6878.
6878, read back correct, report when ready.
Will report when ready, 6878. 6878, request taxi.
6878, taxi to holding point runway 35, 5 uniform, Tango,
Alright, I think we got things kind of going where we want now.
Taxi to holding point runway 35, 5 uniform, Tango, Bravo, 6878.
Alright, flight number Ryanair 5117. Request flight clearance.
Ryanair 5117, parking to request clearance to Bologna with information Quebec. Ryanair 5117, cleared to Bordeaux Panigale 5 Delta, departure runway 35, initial climb flight level 380, then as filed, squawk 6552. Cleared to Bordeaux Panigale via Gent 9 Delta, departure runway 35, initial climb flight level 380, then as filed, squawk 6552, Ryanair 5117. Ryanair 5117, read back correct, report when ready. Will report when ready, Ryanair 5117. 6878, hold position.
Hold position, 6878.
Alright, so what am I doing? Just completely I want to put in our clearance. Clear it all the way to our cruise immediately. Always nice. Runway heading is 345. Got our, did we get our squawk? Yeah, 65. Two. Alright, so we need my actually over here.
Items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. If you have trouble finding a location for any of your carry-on items, please use the flight
Alright, zero fuel weight, 54 point, we'll do 54.6. I'll put it in over here, 54.6. Let's make sure we have our fuel on board, which is 6606. Reserves 2.9. Cost index of 6. Cruising level 380. Wind at 223. 47. And our wings at top of climb. Negative 59, or our temperature, negative 59. Transition altitude out of Crotone here is. Look it up. Transition altitude. $6,000 feet. Really? No matter? I don't know why they're giving us the wrong runway. Select the temperature 44. TO1.
We're on your time now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 5170. Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 20 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, prepare doors for departure, cross-check, verify straps, and stand by for all calls.
Alright, we got low pressure lights on. Oh, I think we... Okay, that's fine. That's because we don't have the, I think it's these ones, hydraulic pumps. There we go. Alright, VHF nav, transfer normal, IRS transfer normal, normal, auto, crossfeed light comes on, crossfeed light should go off. Fuel pumps on. Basically everything is still on that we had before. Window heat switch is on, probe heat off, hydraulic pumps on. Getting pretty close here, so let's get the APU started. Mode control panel is set. Got the flight directors on. Integrated flight display checked. Auto brake RTO. Before start, checklist down to the line. Gear pins removed, probe covers removed. Oxygen tested 100%. Yaw damper on. Fuel 6.6 required. 6.6 on board. 4 pumps on. Fasten seatbelts on. Window heat on. Air condition and pressure packs on. Bleeds on. Set. Waiting for APU. Instruments cross-checked. Auto brake RTO. Pressurization mode selector, auto, instruments cross-checked, auto brake, RTO, speed brake, down D10, parking brake set, stab trim, cutoff switches normal, radio radars, transponder set and standby, rudder and aileron trims free at 0, takeoff briefing discussed, PA complete, FMC, CDU set, N1 and IAS bugs, auto. Let's see, what do we got? So I'm not sure what that is referring to. We do have our N1s. Right here, N1 89.4 over 89.4, reduced set. Stab trim 5.53 units. Set. Performance, weights and balances, side and set. EFB stowed, mobile phones, airplane mode, flight deck door closed, doors closed, passengers seated. Down to the line. Altitude reporting off. Request pushback and
Line at 5117. Request pushback and startup. Ryanair 5117. Pushback and startup approved. Pushback and startup approved. Line at 5117.
4-star checklist. Air conditioning packs off. Anti-collision light on. Parking brake set. Transponder out off. Move that power as well. Is there a diamond behind us? I'm wondering if we're supposed to actually just start our engine and go, if there is no pushback here. Starting engine 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying with us.
Welcome on board this Ryanair flight. 737-800 aircraft. Please remove headphones during this demonstration. There are 8 emergency exits, each marked with a red exit sign. 4-path markings along the cabin aisle will illuminate in darkness and guide you to the nearest exit in an emergency. There are 4 main doors, 2 at the front of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right, and 2 at the rear of the cabin, 1 left and 1 right. There are 4 overwing exits in the center of the cabin, 2 left and 2 right. Please note the nearest exit to you, which may be behind you. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle.
I don't know why we're
Secure, pull on the loose
hopping
buckle
here.
strap, and to open, lift the buckle cover. In the event of a sudden loss
Starting
of
engine
cabin
1.
pressure, individual oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above your head. If this happens, remain. sharply on the red toggle. There is a mouthpiece for further inflation or deflation and a light to attract attention. Do not inflate your life jacket inside the cabin, as to do so will impede your exit. Further information may be found on the safety card, which is displayed within the area you are seated. Your captain invites you to read this card carefully before departure. Please now ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. Tray table is in the upright and locked position. Armrests down and window blinds open.
Generators on. And just start continuous.
That you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight.
Probe key
There is a
on.
call bell, reading light, and
Axe
flash
auto.
in the panel above your head.
Isolation
Doors
auto.
for electronic
APU
devices
bleed
such
off.
as tablets and mobile phones
APU
in flight
switch.
mode may be used throughout
Off.
the flight. Please select flight mode now. Laptops must be stowed in cabin baggage under the seat in front of you or in the overhead
Recall
locker
checked.
for taxi, takeoff, and landing. We would like to remind you that smoking is not permitted. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight.
Line at 5117, request taxi. Ryanair 5117, taxi to holding point runway 35, 5 Tango, Bravo. Taxi to holding point runway 35, via Tango, Bravo, line at 5117.
Before taxi checklist, generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PAX auto, bleeds on, isolation valve auto, flaps 5 required, 5 selected, green light, stab trim, 5.53 units required and set. Start levers idle detent, flight controls checked, recall checked.
We're prepared for takeoff.
Ryanair 5117, contact tower 119.105. 119.105, line at 5117. Tower, line at 5117, runway 35, ready for departure. Ryanair 5117, line at runway 35. Line up runway 35, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, wind 046 degrees at 6 knots, runway 35, cleared for takeoff. Runway 35, cleared for takeoff, line at 5117.
80 knots. B1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Ryanair 5817, contact ground digit center 123.95. 123.95, Ryanair 5817. Ground digit center, Ryanair 5817, Jet 9 at Delta, departure at 2,200, climbing flight level 380. Ryanair 5117, radar contact, continue climb flight level 380. Continue climb flight level 380, Ryanair 5117.
Oh, there's Crotone.
5750, expect Kilo Oscar Golf 2 Bravo, Moon and Mike Tango 3 Foxtrot, arrival, Sierra Uniform Golf Echo Pop, VORDMA, approach, runway 10, report when ready for descent. Expect Kilo Oscar Golf 2 Bravo, Lima Mike Tango 3 Foxtrot, arrival, Sierra Uniform Golf Echo Papa, VORDMA, approach, runway 10, report when ready for descent, 5750. 5750, ready for descent. 5750, descend 4000, QNH 1008. Descend 4000, 5750. 49. Contact Razenize approach 135.255. 135.25559. Hotel Alpha Lima X-Ray Echo. Expect Papa Echo Tango Alpha 3 Mike. Arrival ILS. Approach. Runway 17. Report when ready for descent. Expect Papa Echo Tango Alpha 3 Mike. Arrival ILS. Approach. Runway 17. Report when ready for descent. Hotel Alpha Lima X-Ray Echo. Hotel Alpha Lima X-Ray Echo. Ready for descent. Hotel Alpha Lima X-Ray Echo. Descend flight level 190.
Back for our menu, and one of our crew
Descend flight level 190. Hotel Alpha Lima
If you
X-Ray
would like
Echo.
to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button at any time. We'll be over soon.
Italo 1603, contact Brindisi approach 133.02. 133.02, tower 1603.
Brindisi Center, 9118, inbound, Sierra Uniform Delta Uniform X-ray at flight level 330.
Brindisi Center, Corsair 910, heavy, inbound and gap, at flight level 350. 9118, radar contact, maintain flight level 330.
Maintain flight level 330, 9118.
Corsair 910, heavy, radar contact, maintain flight level 350. Maintain flight level 350, Corsair 910, heavy. Ryanair 66909, contact Belgrade Center 124.85. 124.85, Ryanair 66909.
Center, Whiskey 5 Golf Kilo, inbound Delta Oscar Golf Uniform Sierra, at flight level 330.
Whiskey 5 Golf Kilo, radar contact, maintain flight level 340.
Maintain flight level 340, Whiskey 5 Golf Kilo.
Contact Bologna Center 131.1. 131.1, 7284. Windows seat center 636 at flight level 210, climbing at flight level 220. Windows seat center 8607, inbound Alpha Romeo Kilo Echo Mike at flight level 220. 636, radar contact, proceed direct India Delta Lima Oscar Lima, climb flight level 220. Proceed direct India Delta Lima Oscar Lima, climb flight level 220, 636. 8607, radar contact, fly heading 130, maintain flight level 220. Fly heading 130, maintain flight level 220, 8607. Windows at center 7004, inbound Victor Papa 363 at flight level 330. 7004, radar contact, proceed direct Victor Papa 263, then as filed, maintain flight level 330. Proceed direct Victor Papa 263, maintain flight level 330, 7004. Maintain flight level 190. Maintain flight level 190, 636. Niner Hotel Whiskey Delta Kilo, contact Rolling Center 131.1. 131.1, Niner Hotel Whiskey Delta Kilo. Ryanair 5117, expect AMD 6 Whiskey, arrival ILS, approach, runway 30, report when ready for descent. Expect LS 6 Whiskey, Throttle, ILS, approach, runway 30, report when ready for descent, line at 5117. Contact Warning Center 131.1. 131.1 7189. Line at 5117, ready for descent. Ryanair 5117, descend flight level 1900. Descend flight level 190, line at 5117. Contact approach 120.05. 120.05 636. Ryanair 903 Whiskey X-ray. Contact Milan Center 124.925.
124.925. Ryanair 903 Whiskey X-ray.
Ryanair 5117, contact Warning Center 131.1. 131.1, line at 5117. Ryan Center, line at 5117, inbound Lockma at flight level 380, descending flight level 190.
Ryanair 5117, radar contact, continue descent flight level 190.
Continue descent flight level 190, line at 5117. Road center 9474 at flight level 100. 9474, radar contact, maintain flight level 100. Maintain flight level 100, 9474. Ryanair 2 Sierra Tango, fly heading 285. Fly heading 285, Ryanair 2 Sierra Tango.
Ryanair 5817, contact relay center 124.925.
124.925, Ryanair 5817.
Ryanair 2 Sierra Tango, cleared IP.
Milan Center, Ryanair 5817, inbound Bologna at flight level 300, descending flight level 190.
Ryanair 5817, radar contact, continue descent flight level 890.
Continue descent flight level 190, Ryanair 5817.
Alright, so we're continuing our descent to flight level 190. got to keep going, getting our stuff set up for this approach. We already have our approach course in 294. We got that in the course selectors. 294 and 294. Down here for our ILS. And usually it's my other one, but punch it in 10975. I think that 108.9 is for runway 12, the opposite direction. Since we're every other flight, we're ending up here, so it's one of these are going to be in the system at least. And I think that the VOR is the same. Yeah, the VOR for Bologna is also 117.1, same as Crotone, where we just came from. Alright, so we're going to capture the glide slope at 1,622 feet. Minimums are right here, 350 feet. It looks like we might need them with the way the weather is. 350 feet.
Descending flight level 190.
I actually forgot to get our minimum set for the landing in Crotone last flight. 350. Yeah, we got some visual. A little bit. Whoa. This is right in front of us, that's why. Flying right into something. We got a little bit of and some moving showers through the area.
Expect altitude whiskey, arrival, ILS, whiskey, approach, runway 28, report when ready for descent, Ryanair 93 whiskey X-ray. Ryanair 93 whiskey X-ray, ready for descent.
MEDAR, we have VFR conditions, winds at 70 degrees at 5 knots, so we should be landing runway 30. I don't know what's going on with the ATC. It's always given me lately, it's kind of been broken, whereas now it's giving me the opposite what it should be giving me. It's weird, because for the longest time it was fine. Now we're kind of behind on the descent for some reason. All you gotta do really to speed that descent up is just max the speed up. I don't know why it's already down so far.
Hotel Whiskey Alpha Bravo, expect Sierra November 3 Papa arrival in ILS, Zulu, approach, runway 35, report for ready for descent. Expect Sierra November 3 Papa arrival in ILS, Zulu, approach, runway 35, report when ready for descent, minor Hotel Whiskey Alpha Bravo. Minor Hotel Whiskey Alpha Bravo, ready for descent. Hotel Whiskey Alpha Bravo, descend flight level 190. Descend flight level 190, minor Hotel Whiskey Alpha Bravo.
Alright, descent checklist, pressurization, landing altitude 150, anti-ice off, approach brief discussed, IS and out, bugs checked and set. Alright, next check we're going to do is at 15,000. We'll turn on the seatbelt signs. I actually think I have them on already. Kind of force a habit. But actually with Ryanair, 15,000 is where it needs to be. We already have them set. Might actually want to go with some anti-ice, because we are going through clouds. Nothing popping up on here, but put those on just in case. We do have a negative 12 degrees outside.
Contact Bologna approach 118.15. 118.15, Ryanair 7 Romeo.
Now my hope is we can stop having Ryanair landings here. My last probably 4 or 5 flights have all been pretty firm landings.
Manab Center, Ryanair 31 Papa Golf, at flight level 300, descending flight level 190. Ryanair 31 Papa Golf,
This ATC, FSI ATC is getting like slower and slower and making more and more mistakes the last couple days. Kind of holding here at 19,000 feet. It would be nice to continue our descent.
Ryanair 5817, contact Bologna approach 118.15. 118.15, line at 517. 2,500, Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo. The line of approach, line at 517, at flight level 190. Ryanair 5117, radar contact, continue descent, flight level 990, cleared payload 6 Whiskey, arrival. Continue descent, flight level 90, cleared LS 6 Whiskey, arrival, line at 5117. Cleared lead to November, arrival. Cleared lead to November, arrival, 8940.
So I'm controlling the rate of descent based on the speed. I'm just kind of giving it more, allowing it to have more speed. Now we'll increase the rate of descent, increase the drag. I could also set it just to go vertical speed, how much, but you can see now that we're up at that speed, it's kind of slowing down. Let's put a little bit more speed. Want to catch up to the triangle. We have plenty of run up here on this approach. Runway, pretty big approach, kind of like a Chicago. Some of these bigger airports, they got a lot of run up on the approach that you can do some shortcuts or something.
Ryanair 7 Romeo
Crossed,
Romeo, turn left
got
heading
the
310.
seatbelts on.
Left heading 310, Ryanair 7 Romeo Romeo. Ryanair 7 Romeo Romeo, cleared Tailmet 6 Romeo, arrival. Cleared Helix 6 Romeo, arrival, Ryanair 7 Romeo Romeo.
Speed brakes out. A little more
Ryanair 6
drag.
Victor Romeo, turn left heading 195. Left heading 195, Ryanair 6 for Victor Romeo. Turn left heading 105, clear ILS, Zulu approach at 2,500, runway 12, report established on localizer.
Store any carry-on items either in
Left heading 105, clear ILS, Zulu approach at 2,500, runway 12, report established on localizer 1634. Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo, turn left heading 210. Left heading 210, Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo. 4522, turn right heading 160. Right heading 160, 4522. Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo, fly heading 145, clear ILS, Yankee approach at 2,500, runway 12, report established on localizer. Fly heading 145, cleared ILS, Yankee approach at 2,500, runway 12, report established on localizer, Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo. Ryanair 5117, continue descent, flight level 60. Continue descent, flight level 60, Ryanair 5117. Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo, established on localizer. Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo, contact Bologna Tower 120.1. 120.1, Ryanair 64 Victor Romeo. One 634, established on localizer. Ryanair 5117, continue descent 5,000, QNH 1003. Continue descent 5,000, Ryanair 5117. 1634, continue approach. Continue approach 1634. Contact Bologna Tower 120.1. 120.1, 1634. 5117, continue descent 3000. Continue descent 3000, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, fly heading 020. Fly heading 020, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, turn left heading 330. Left heading 330, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, turn left heading 315. Left heading 315, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, turn left heading 295. Left heading 295, line at 5117. Ryanair 7 Romeo, continue descent 2500, QNH 1003. Continue descent 2500, Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 5117, fly heading 295, clear ILS, approach at 3000, runway 30, report established on localizer. Fly heading 295, clear ILS, approach at 3000, runway 30, report established on localizer, line at 5117. 8940, turn left heading 105, clear ILS, Zulu, approach at 2500, runway 12, report established on localizer. Left heading 105, clear ILS, Zulu, approach at 2500, runway 12, report established on localizer, 8940. Line at 5117, established on localizer. Ryanair 5117, continue approach. Continue approach, line at 5117. Ryanair 5117, contact Bologna Tower 120.1. 120.1, line at 5117. Bologna Tower, line at 5117, on fire.
Alright. Gear down. Get our speed to flaps 15 speed.
Continue approach, line at 5117.
It's a little annoying.
When vacated, contact ground 121.92. When vacated, contact ground 121.92, 1634.
Yep, it's working now, finally. The chat. I don't know how well the streaming to Twitch and YouTube is working. Twitch seems to be... Usually it was YouTube that was having the issue, now Twitch is having the issue. I'd rather stream to both using Restream because that doesn't use as much of my computer resources. Alright. Continue approach, we're stabilized. Auto throttle disengaged, autopilot disengaged. Stay on the glide slope.
Ryanair 5117, go around.
Plus 100.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide
Minimum.
slopes.
Ryanair 5117, turn right heading 115, climb
Yeah, I'm not doing the go around. I don't
5,900.
know why they had us go around. No one even on
Left
the
heading
runway.
115, climb 5,900, Ryanair 5117.
20.
Ryanair 7 Romeo, establish the localizer.
Oh, okay, there's a Cessna, there's some other random plane. All these little planes constantly on the runway and stuff.
Fly heading 290.
I just don't have time to we'll go around.
Ryanair 7 Romeo, contact Bologna Tower 120.1. 120.1, Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 5.
Actually, since this is the last flight in the sector, we could have just gone max auto brake and used.
5:30 p.m.
Yeah, look at all these small planes just cruising around. There's some of Ryanair like that you can like kind of go hard on the brakes on the last flight because they're obviously don't have time to cool. A bunch of Wizz Air here today at this point. I love I turn the stream on, then it's like chaos in this house. When I'm not streaming, everyone's cool. Alright, we gotta figure out which gate's open over here. So let's taxi over. Where's your water?
Ryanair 7 Romeo, turn left heading 295, climb 5,600. Left heading 295, climb 5,600.
Alright, well basically, I think we can go.
Ryanair 7 Romeo, turn right heading 125, continue climb 4,000.
It's the same gate we started at. No, we were over here just a little bit. We're at
Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 7 Romeo, expect Bravo to Alpha 1, ILS, Yankee, approach, runway 12. Expect Bravo to Alpha 1, ILS, Yankee, approach, runway 12, Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 7 Romeo, turn left heading 360, continue climb 5,000. Left heading 360, continue climb 5,000, Ryanair 7 Romeo.
Alright, let's get this thing parked. The last flight of the day for this plane, so we'll do the full shutdown.
Fly heading 020. Fly heading 020. Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 7 Romeo. Turn right heading 035. Right heading 035. Ryanair 7 Romeo. Ryanair 7 Romeo. Turn right heading 225. Right heading 225. Ryanair 7 Romeo.
Alright, let's check out this flight. Better landing rate, -282, better than the last one. So, good flight there. We kind of went through a little bit of cloud cover there. And that's it for today. Try to stream Wednesday morning, do the next world tour flight. See how that goes. Thanks for coming in. And trying to get back into this. We'll see if it works. As soon as I turn on the streaming, it just is chaos in this house. I have no problem flying any other time. But as soon as I turn the camera on, I turn the recording on, then it's insanity around here. Just everyone needs me every 5 seconds. All right. Well, you guys have a good night. Try to get this turned off. Can't even focus on anything while I'm doing this. All right. There we go. Well, until next time, happy flying. Take care.